Crew to headset, please. Crew to headset.
Swan, Ashkan tika tika katika, Akish poliwishin kohwayot, Shinach toka totlek wilpa, que si chelit lama wiskoltik.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michael Huerta, FAA Administrator.
Good evening, NATCA. It's great to be here. In fact, I'm honored to be here. And I want to thank Paul Rinaldi, Trish Gilbert, and NATCA for hosting another terrific safety conference. Yeah, that's right. You know, it's always a pleasure to join you at the Archie League Awards and to share in your recognition of the fine work that the FAA does on a daily basis. This is particularly true in times of crisis, when you have to solve a problem and you have to get it right the first time. I'm also pleased to be joining you tonight because this is the first time I've talked to any group since the administration released its proposed fiscal year 2018 budget last week. Now. Now, I'm sure your attention, like that of many in this industry, is focused on the recommendation made by the administration that we develop a long-term plan for restructuring how we provide air traffic control services. And we've seen a number of groups come forward with their positions on this proposal. And I know that NATCA has registered your thoughts and your concerns. I'm encouraged that we are beginning what I expect will be a serious, and it needs to be a serious dialogue, and a thoughtful dialogue on what are the long-term needs we have at the FAA. And these conversations are going to be extremely important as we look ahead to ensure that we provide a safe organization, an efficient organization, one that meets the needs of the traveling public, and one that considers the future needs of our nation's airspace. You know, the job you do as air traffic controllers has changed exponentially since the early days, when Archie League first waved signal flags at airplanes at the end of a runway in St. Louis. Now, throughout my tenure at the FAA, one thing that you have heard me say is that we need to focus on the how. We all know what our mission is, but I've stressed that we need to change how we go about doing the business we do. And without a doubt, the path that we have traveled together over the last 5 years has made all of us at the FAA much smarter and more nimble. Now, I'd be the first to acknowledge that we would all like to move a lot faster than sometimes we're able to move. We've had to deal with shutdowns. We've had to deal with short-term extensions of our authorizations and appropriations. And then, of course, the daily challenges of ensuring the safety of our aviation system. And I believe that any fair review that is done of the past few years makes it clear to everyone that we have accomplished a great deal. ERAM is now in place throughout the entire system. New technologies, such as ADS-B and Datacom, are helping you do your jobs in ways that you never thought possible before. At the same time, we continue to harness the precision of satellite navigation through our Metroplex projects and our efforts to replace outdated procedures with much more efficient PBN routes. And this progress is a result of something very, very important. It is due to the collaborative approach we've taken with industry and with you, our labor partners. Now, I expect that we're going to hear many points of view in the coming weeks and months about what happens next as we consider the future of our air traffic system. And no matter where everyone is in the debate, I think we all want the same thing, and that is an air traffic system that is second to none. Now, I expect that we'll have more details when the President submits his full 2018 budget to Congress in May. And in the meantime, we will continue to work with Congress on our current funding for the fiscal year that we're now in 2017. A few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to speak to a group of aviation industry leaders at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Aviation Summit in Washington. And I told the group the same thing that I'd like to share with you now. This public policy conversation that we are undertaking as an industry is only going to yield the best results if we keep the American people at the forefront of what we're doing. All you have to do is pick up an aerospace magazine or look at the latest technology blog, and you see that the fundamental definition of aviation has changed pretty dramatically just in the last few years. True, the commercial airlines and general aviation community still make up the vast majority of what we do today, and maybe they always will. But we've got a whole new cast waiting in the wings. They range from small unmanned aircraft to commercial space launches and space tourism. And the day isn't that far off when the skies around metropolitan areas will include a steady stream of drones delivering packages. And we've seen a few early proposals for pilotless airborne versions of Uber or Lyft. And I haven't even mentioned the various research projects into reducing or eliminating sonic booms that could make it possible for supersonic civilian flights across the United States. One thing I am absolutely certain of is that all of these users will expect something very important. They will expect to be able to use the National Airspace System to their benefit. Now, we call our efforts to do this integration, but another word for that is inclusion. Somebody is going to have to decide how to allocate this extremely valuable asset, the public's airspace, in a manner that is equitable and in a manner that is fair. And if we are to succeed, no one can be in a place where their strategy is simply to protect what they've already got. Now, in this debate, I think it's fair to say that everybody has a valid point to make. But it's also important to recognize that we aren't talking about building the air traffic system of today. We're also building an air traffic system for many, many decades to come. And regardless of the structure that might take, one thing is absolutely clear. We cannot let safety take a back seat. Over the decades, the FAA's dedicated workforce has taken its stewardship of our nation's airspace incredibly seriously. And America's unparalleled safety record is proof of both your vision and of your professionalism. On issue after issue, NATCA has worked with us to make this happen. And together, we've addressed issues like electronic distractions, fatigue, runway incursions, and many others. And we've collaborated on many safety programs like ATSAP, the ATO's top 5 hazard list, recurrent training, Take a Stand for Safety, and others. And I encourage controllers to continue to share safety information and insights widely. Through the non-punitive culture we've been able to foster through ATSAP, controllers have submitted more than 127,000 safety reports since the program started 9 years ago. And these reports have enabled us to more accurately identify areas of risk, and we've issued 176 corrective actions as a result. Risk-based safety efforts like these and many others reflect an understanding that everyone here can agree with, that while today's system is unbelievably safe, we have to continually adapt to addressing emerging safety concerns. And the expertise that you all have as controllers makes you uniquely qualified in the upcoming debates over the future of what you do. I look forward to seeing where those conversations may take us. Now, before I close tonight, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the reason that we're all gathered here tonight. And that's because some of our colleagues performed their work particularly well when it counted the most. And I'd like to briefly highlight the story of one of tonight's award recipients. This past July, a Navy F-18 fighter experienced an equipment malfunction while on the way to Asia for a training exercise. Pilot was forced to shut down an engine and to declare an emergency. And to make matters worse, the weather around the Aleutian Islands was deteriorating, with visibility down to only a quarter mile. Now, to say this is a forbidding area of Earth is putting it pretty mildly. As you may know, this is the same area where they filmed that show, The Deadliest Catch. The pilot needed a lifeline, and he got it from Jessica Earp, a controller at the Alaska En route Center. Now, Jessica's knowledge of the Alaskan airspace and her quick thinking got this pilot safely to a runway on a tiny island in the Bering Sea. We're going to hear more about that, and we're going to hear other compelling stories this evening. And I want to congratulate all of the winners and all of those who were nominated. Whether it was mechanical problems, lack of experience, inattention, maybe some combination of all of those things, all of these situations led to moments in which controllers were the last line of defense between a pilot and a potentially unpleasant or disastrous outcome. But these controllers would be the first to tell you that what they did was not heroic. They simply came to work that day and were presented with a situation in which they had to think quickly and they had to make the right call. And they'll tell you something you already know. Every time a controller puts on that headset, he or she is one event away from possibly being nominated for this award next year. It's the nature of what you do. And I know I speak for myself, and I speak for the rest of Americans who travel in the system every day when I say to all of you, I'm grateful that you're there. Thank you for all you do.
So Gordon Graham's spitting right here. Jessica walking around barefoot right here. Wouldn't keep me off the stage for the Archie Leagues. How about that? It is truly a special night, especially to see all those beautiful controllers dressed up. I have to dress like this every day, so it's time for you to, just one time a year. That's all I'm asking for. But tonight's more special because tonight, for the first time ever, and probably, who knows, it could be the only time ever, I get to give out a Sentinel Safety Award. Every year I have the honor and the privilege to present this award, which was recently renamed the James L. Oberstar Sentinel Safety Award. And as you know, this award has been created to honor a member of the aviation community who has displayed outstanding achievements in advancement of aviation safety. The recipients of this award in past years have been Congressman and former NTSB Chairman, former Administrator Jane Garvey, and former Administrator Randy Babbitt. Under Administrator Werther's term, we have come oh so far. We have built collaboration, a culture of collaboration that has enabled us to make real progress on NextGen, strengthening the workforce at the local level, the regional level, and within FAA headquarters, and ultimately enhancing the safety of the national airspace system. His leadership has been key in this relationship and has made it possible for us to advance safety in this system. And those that have attended Archie League award banquets, let's say 6 years ago, not too long ago, most recipients would come to the stage and say, I wish the FAA would recognize the work we do like NACA does. Well, brothers and sisters, Administrator Werther is the first administrator to come to the Archie League Award winners banquet. He has not only come He has not only come once, he has come every year. He has been deputy and/or acting administrator or administrator. That is a commitment to your work that you do every day. He has made this such a priority that he was in the middle of visiting colleges with his high school senior and split out the days to fly in here to be here for the Archie League Award. Thank you. And this leadership and belief in collaboration and belief in the job you do every day has transcended, because under his leadership, we have many FAA leaders, senior leadership here today and for many years while he's been administrator. And as you paid attention this week, it is really heartwarming to see FAA leadership take the stage along with NACA leadership to talk about collaboration and building the best safety system. And that is a true testament to Michael Huerta. When his term ends in January of 2018, he will certainly be missed. Please play a video.
This one is a lie. Sat around laughing and watched the last one die. Now I'm looking to the sky to save me, looking for a sign of life, looking for something to help me burn out bright. I'm looking for a complication, looking 'cause I'm tired of life. Make my way back home and learn to fly.
Even though he's not a pilot, he's the best damn administrator we've ever had. So please join Trish and I in congratulating the 2017 James L. Overstar Sentinel Safety, Michael Huerta.
Well, Paul and Trish, I can't tell you how much this means to me. I was not expecting this, but, and I don't know that I can really say that I can take credit for the amazing things that we've accomplished, because we have done so much together. Our ability to go so many years with this incredible safety record is due to the work of all of you. Each and every day coming to work and remembering one incredibly important thing, and that is that on any given day, thousands and thousands of people are getting on airplanes, and they are thinking about a lot of things, whether their bag's going to make it, what the TSA line is like, will that kid ever shut up? But if you think about it, they're not worrying about whether it's safe. And that's because all of you are worrying about whether it's safe. And it's gotten to the point where the public doesn't even think about it, but we know that we have to be vigilant each and every day to ensure that this system that we love so much is the safest it can possibly be. So thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much for this. It means a great deal to me. Thank you for the partnership.
So I know we want to get started, and it is going to be an emotional night, I guarantee that. But before we start, I do want to thank some people in the audience, because I would be remiss if we did not. But I first want to start with the incredible staff here at Bally's and the amazing work they've done this week. NACA does have a place in DC, a wonderful building that we all visit now and again. I wish I was there more. I travel too much, and so does Paul. But many of our staff are back in DC. However, we do have some here that I'd like to recognize real quickly. I'd like them to stand up when I call their name, and then ask you to join me in a round of applause for a very talented staff that they don't consider what they do for NACA a job. They consider it a passion, and they love working for you and for the National Airspace System. I'll start with Jim Ullman, Director of Safety and Technology. Okay, we got to get through this quickly, so let's wait until I announce everybody, and then we'll clap for everybody. So stay standing, Jim. Mark McKelligan, Deputy Director, Safety Technology. Robert Utley, Technical Representative Liaison. Mark Prestrud, En route Technology Coordinator. Bill Gohagan, Terminal Technology Coordinator. Tom Metzger, Director of Public Affairs. Doug Church, Director of Communications. Laura Roos, Associate Director of Communications, Art and Design. Sarah Zalonis, Communications Specialist, Archie League Coordinator. And I have to tell you, she's worked incredibly hard to put on this event tonight, and I thank her for all of that. We all thank her for that. Chris Ray, Multimedia Specialist. Kelly Richardson, Outreach Specialist, Events Manager. He's behind stage. He better come out here. Jackie Smith, Outreach and Special Events Coordinator. Megan Seidman, Meeting Planning Specialist. Eugene Friedman, Special Counsel to the President. Greg Shoemaker, Policy Counsel. Grace Colby, Executive Administrative Assistant. Dan Wall, IT Specialist. Thank you all for being here and putting on a great event for us. I will share a tidbit with you. We just got through contract negotiations with our staff, and they're in the process of ratifying their agreement. Yay. That's a weird place to be on that side of the equation for us, I can tell you that. The process for the Archie League Medal of Safety Award banquets goes through 3 judges, and they go through all the saves that are submitted throughout the year, and they cull it down to bringing us one for each region, the legacy regions in the FAA. And then Paul decides the presidential winner at the end of the night. Well, he's already decided. None of us know who it is, though. But I want to recognize the 3 judges. One of them, unfortunately, could not be here. He's the EA Chairman of the Board and CEO, Captain Jack Pelton. But in the audience, our own Director, NACA Director of Safety Technology, Jim Ullman. Yes. And ALPA Aviation Safety Chairman Captain Steve Jangelis. I hope I got your name right. I think he's with Jim. Thank you for all your work. And then Paul will let us know who wins in the end. So with that, we're going to get started. I'd like to bring up the Alaska Regional Vice President to start with the first award, Clint Lancaster.
Be a little bit of a repeat because the administrator gave most of my speech already. But we're also honored that the administrator would make mention of our winning flight assist. I'll share some more stuff with you. On July 25th, 2016, Captain J.A. Zimmerman and fellow Naval Flight Officer Captain Austin J. Smith departed Eielson Air Force Base, south of Fairbanks, Alaska. They're part of the Marine All-Weather Fighter Attack Squadron, number 242. On this day, they're headed to Asia. Not long into the flight, Captain Zimmerman was forced to shut down one engine in his F-18 aircraft and declare an emergency due to a mechanical issue. As always in Alaska, weather was an issue. They began to head towards King Salmon Airport on the southern Alaska coast. The nature of Captain Zimmerman's emergency was such that he needed to get the aircraft on the ground quickly, so much so that he was planning on ditching the aircraft in the water. That's when Anchorage Center Controller Jessica Earp, relying on her experience and knowledge of the area, took quick action. She found a proverbial needle in the haystack. It was the vast Bering Sea. It was tiny St. Paul Island, population 532 of some hardy folks. Real hardy. And, but it also has a 6,500-foot runway, and it was also reporting VFR conditions. So now we have a presentation of how the event unfolded.
And Aircraft Calling Center, you're coming in very broken. Try again one more time, your position and altitude, please.
CF is a flight of CF-18, direct to King Salmon, 550 miles west of King Salmon at this time. We are flight level 230. We cannot maintain 230. We are in a slow descent.
Feud 6-5, Roger. Understand you are with another aircraft. Are you with Feud 6-3, and what's your requested altitude?
Affirm, 6-5 is holding hands with 6-3. 6-5 requests a block altitude 5,000 and a 20,000.
Feud 6-5 still coming in broken. Understand you're requesting 15,000 to flight level 200. Maintain block altitude 15,000 to flight level 200.
Feud 6-5, affirm.
Feud 6-5, Roger.
Feud 6-5, emergency aircraft be advised in a slow descent from flight level 21. The block 15,000 to 20,000. How copy?
Feud 6-5 got you loud and clear. Feud 6-5, you are radar contact crossing 172 degrees 38 minutes west. Verify still at flight level 200.
Feud 6-5, we're at flight level 200.
Feud 6-5, Roger. Now, but if you need a closer airport, I do have there's an airport about 80 miles to the south of you, St. Paul. I can get runway distance if you need and conditions.
Affirm, we need all that.
Feud 6-5, Roger. Stand by one. Okay, Feud 6-3 and 6-5. They've got a 6,500-foot runway at St. Paul, and the St. Paul conditions at 2053, winds 350 at 14, visibility 10, and clear, temperature 14, dew point 8, altimeter 29086.
Confirm that is VFR with 10 miles visibility.
Feud 6-5, affirmative, 10 miles and clear on the visibility at St. Paul Airport.
Can you please pass us a lap and long to that airfield? Or the identifier?
Feud 6-5, identifier is 4-letter identifier, Papa, Alpha, Sierra, November. 3-letter identifier is Sierra, November, Papa, and its lat long is 5706 north, 17011 west.
Thank you very much. You can expect that we will be diverting to St. Paul Airport. We may request further information. Please stand by.
Feud 6-5, Roger, cleared to the St. Paul Airport. Be direct, and will Feud 6-3 be accompanying you?
Affirm.
Feud 6-5, Roger.
Center from Feud 6-5, can you give us an initial vector direct to St. Paul Airfield?
Feud 6-5, affirmative, turn right, heading 175.
Turning right, heading 175 and safe distance to that airfield.
Feud 6-5, affirmative, set your 12 o'clock and 60 miles if you're heading 175.
Roger, returning to heading 175, thank you very much.
And Feud 6-3, Feud 6-5, just want to verify Feud 6-3's intentions. I can get him a clearance to hold and wait for you to get in, and he could land with you right behind at St. Paul?
Ma'am, you can expect that we will do a visual approach with separation on final. Both of our aircraft need to be on deck quickly.
Feud 65, Roger. Understand you're going to maintain MARSA all the way to the ground?
That's correct.
Feud 65, Roger. And Feud 65, I'm just going to give you an update on the St. Paul NOTAMs. Even though you're going in on a visual, the runway 36 glide path is not monitored, and the runway and taxiway is all reported wet.
65, thanks, ma'am. Thank you. And can you give us the tower free system heads up?
Feud 65, it is a uncontrolled airport. There is no tower frequency, but the CTAF is 122.3.
Thank you, ma'am. 122.3.
And Feud 65 ASOS, the frequency 135.75.
135.75. Thank you.
Feud 65, descend at pilot's discretion to maintain 4,000. St. Paul altimeter 2986.
2986.
And Feud 65, report the St. Paul Airport and site airports at your 12 o'clock and 35 miles.
65 at the site.
Feud 65, understand airports in sight?
Feud 65, airport in sight, yes, ma'am.
So we contacted Captain Zimmerman, and he's not able to be here due to his current assignment of flying F-18s and kicking ass. However, he sent us this note. I would like to send my most sincere gratitude that the controller who assisted us with our emergency is being recognized. There are many details of the emergency which were probably not apparent to all who were listening, but suffice to say I was preparing myself to go swimming that afternoon, and I was not looking forward to it. I'll never forget the cool, calm, and collected voice which politely recommended that we consider making a landing at St. Paul, given the VFR conditions. When she said that it was 60 miles, I initially thought she meant 60 miles closer than King Salmon, which was still about 400 miles away at that point. When I finally confirmed that it was only 60 miles away, she was Johnny on the spot with passing both a lat long as well as an immediate vector and general airfield information. Myself and my wingmen were able to visually acquire the small island from over 40 miles away, and I breathed a huge sigh of relief, knowing I had delayed my impromptu meeting with the Bering Sea. From that point on, everything went extremely smooth. About an hour after we landed, St. Paul returned to IFR conditions. It was beyond good fortune that the controller had the situational awareness to assess our multitude of landing requirements and apply them to an airfield with such unusual characteristics. I have a wife and 2 young boys who I happily returned to about a week after landing in St. Paul. Once again, thank you for recognizing the sound decision-making and professional excellence of their individual manning the radio that day. I am in their debt. Very respectfully, Captain J.A. Zimmerman. And ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, it's my honor to introduce our Alaska Region 2017 Archie League winner, Jessica Earp.
There's just a couple people I want to thank. Really short story on me. I was flying once with my dad in a 185 when I was about a junior in high school. And after we landed the plane out of Merrifield, I said, "Dad, who's that lady on the radio?" I said, I want to do that job. And so from that point on, he took me to the college. He took me out to the center. And without him facilitating my growth and my love in aviation, I wouldn't be here. His passion for aviation is beyond measure, and he instilled that in me. I have to say a quick thank you to my husband, who puts up with this rattling schedule and all of the stress that we bring home sometimes. I have to thank my in-laws who drove all the way from Florida to be here with me tonight. And I'd like to thank all of my NACA brothers and sisters for putting on such an amazing event and recognizing all of the work, the hard work that all of us controllers do. It's an honor to be here. One more person I have to thank who's not here with us tonight. My mother. My mom passed away from cancer about 1.5 years ago after a very difficult eight-year-long battle. And she showed me that a woman can do anything. A woman can do anything, even in a field that's dominated by men where only 16% of 2152s are women. And without her, I wouldn't be here today. So thank you, Mom, and thank you everyone else. Good night.
Please welcome Central Region RVP Kevin Peterson.
Good evening. On December 16, 2016, Jeff Volsky, a controller from Kansas City Center, was working in the Rivers area, which handles traffic in the area in northeast Missouri and west central Illinois, just north of St. Louis. After departing from Hannibal Regional Airport, the pilot of November 687 Hotel Romeo, a Cirrus 22, checked in with the center to request immediate return to the airport due to severe icing. While Jeff was assisting the pilot of the Cirrus, controller Andrew Cullen plugged into the D-side position to assist Jeff with handling multiple landline calls so that Jeff could focus his attention on the aircraft in distress. Jeff began vectoring 7 Hotel Romeo to a final approach fix for the RNAV runway 17 approach at Hannibal. The pilot was able to get the runway at Hannibal in sight, but he needed to shoot another approach in order to get lined up. November 7 Hotel Romeo requested to shoot the RNAV runway 35 approach on his second attempt. Jeff vectored the aircraft towards the final approach fix for the RNAV 35 approach. After issuing several turns and assisting the pilot to get established on the approach, Jeff lost radar and radio communications with the aircraft. Jeff was able to use another aircraft on his frequency to reach the pilot of November 7 Hotel Romeo, who reported he was safely on the ground. Jeff had multiple aircraft on his frequency when the situation started and throughout the time that he was assisting the Cirrus. After Andrew took over on the D side, a decision was made that they should split off the sector so that these controllers could focus their attention on November 7 Hotel Romeo. Please, please play the tape.
Did you declare an emergency?
Affirmative for 7 Hotel Romeo.
7 Hotel Romeo, I'm unable to give vectors for the RNAV. I can vector you towards the fix, but that's it.
Your vectors to the 6, please.
7 Hotel Romeo, you picking up icing there?
Affirmative for 7 Hotel Romeo.
7 Hotel Romeo, roger. 180, I'll take you back towards the airport at this time. I'm trying to pull up the approach right now.
180, 7 Hotel Romeo.
And you want the RNAV to 17, 7 Hotel Romeo?
Yes.
7 Hotel Romeo, roger. You head 180 and you're going to be headed towards Lambu just about that time. The Lambu altitude to cross, if you can make it up there, is 2,400.
Okay, 2,400 for 7 Hotel Romeo.
Just do your best, whatever you can do, and you are familiar with the airport. You have the weather, I'm assuming?
Affirmative.
7 Hotel Romeo. Lambo should be just ahead. It's about 4 miles from the airport, about 4.5 miles from the airport there, and should be just ahead on that 180 heading. You should pick it up. I'm sorry, it's Lamu, not Lamo. And 7 Hotel Romeo, looks like you're heading west now. You need to turn back to the left about 40 degrees.
What heading?
You need to turn to heading 160 now to pick up the runway.
7 Hotel Romeo.
It looks like about 40 degrees to the left you need to turn. The airport's 4 miles to the south right now. 7 Hotel Romeo, it looks like you're picking up that turn now. You're turning the right direction. Lamu, you might be just past it now, and if you keep on turning left about 10 more degrees, the airport's going to be right there just in front of you. And 7 Hotel Romeo, you look like you're headed directly towards the runway at this time. It's about 2.5 miles in front of you.
Roger, 7 Hotel Romeo.
Let me know if you pick the runway up. It looks like you overshot it just a little bit. You might need to turn back right just a slight bit. 7 Hotel Romeo, the runway just off to your right, about 1.5 miles now, probably 2 miles. Number 7 Hotel Romeo, can you still hear me?
Still hear you. How's it looking, number 7 Hotel Romeo?
7 Hotel Romeo, looks like it's just ahead of you, about 1/2 mile there.
Okay, runway in sight.
7 Hotel Romeo, Roger. Give me a call through flight service after you cancel change the advisory approved. If you can. If you can't change the advisory, you can just stay on this frequency, whatever you need to do.
Center, 687 Hotel Romeo, circling to land now.
7 Hotel Romeo, Roger. You just take all your concentration and land and just give me a call through flight service when you get clear.
Okay, I'm going to need your help a little bit more here, sir.
All right, your radar contact lost, 7 Hotel Romeo. Last I picked you up, you were 1/2 mile north of the airport.
Okay, I'm going to have to go back again and do that again for 7 Hotel Romeo.
Okay, and you do have significant ice on the aircraft?
No, miss.
Do you still have the airport runway in sight?
Negative.
7 Hotel Romeo, Roger. You just go ahead and try to climb if you can. Pick up whatever altitude you can there. 7 Hotel Romeo, you going to be able to make it up to about 3,000? Number 7 Hotel Romeo, how high are you able to make it, you think? About 2,500, 3,000?
Purpose now, 7 Hotel Romeo.
7 Hotel Romeo, try to make it up to 2,600. If you don't pick up too much ice there, you can maintain 2,600.
I'm at 2,800 now for 7 Hotel Romeo.
All right, maintain 2,800.
2,800.
7 Hotel Romeo, you want to keep on going to the northeast and do the ILS 4 to Quincy? Would that be better for you, or you want to try to go back in with the RNAV into Hannibal?
I'll do RNAV 35 Hannibal.
All right, I'm still showing you heading southbound now. Just make a slow turn around towards the north when you can, and make about a 35, 360, whatever you can get to.
I'd like to go to the RNAV 35 instead of... Good evening, UPS 2960-340.
7 Hotel Romeo, Roger. If you're going to 35 RNAV, just head south, about a 180 heading. We'll get you just past the approach fix, and we'll just turn you back towards it.
Okay. 180, 7 Hotel Romeo.
7 Hotel Romeo, punch up VASB, Victor Alpha Sierra Bravo Echo. I'll get you past that, and then we'll just turn you right back to it, and that's the final approach fix.
Okay. 7 Hotel Romeo.
Number 7 Hotel Romeo, how much ice are you picking up right now? Are you still picking it up, or are you out of it?
I'm out of it right now, but I'm in and out.
Roger. Number 7 Hotel Romeo, now you're turning towards the southwest. Just turn left if you can a little bit. If you can turn about 30 degrees to the left.
If I can just go straight to VASD, will that work?
Approved as requested, 7 Hotel Romeo. It's approved as requested.
Okay, straight to VASD for 7 Hotel Romeo.
7 Hotel Romeo, still making that right turn. Looks like just a little bit farther and you'll be on fine. And 7 Hotel Romeo, you're just about over the top of VASP right now.
Roger.
7 Hotel Romeo, just about a mile inside of VASP now.
Roger.
Trenton College, looks good now for you. You look like you're just about lined up for the runway now. 7 Hotel Romeo, radar contact lost. You're just about 2 more miles from the airport, and you look to be lined up perfectly with the runway.
Roger, 7 Hotel Romeo.
And 7 Hotel Romeo, you pick up the runway now? November 7 Hotel Romeo, how do you hear me? Number 05 Echo, if you could transmit then see if November 687 Hotel Romeo made it on the ground.
Yes, he's on the ground.
As you saw, thanks to the calm and professional work of both Jeff and Andrew, the pilot of November 687 Hotel Romeo was able to land safely at Hannibal, Missouri. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jeff Volsky and Andrew Cullen, this year's Central Region Archie League Award winners.
All right, I'm not going to take much time up here. I'd like to thank Jeff. He did an amazing job. I've watched that thing about 15 times and it never gets old watching it. I'd like to thank my family and friends who supported me during the whole training process, and now I've been a CPC for about 2 years now, and it means a lot to me how much support they've given me over the years. And speaking of training, I'd like to thank my training team, specifically radar trainers Patrick James, Tracy Lonazek, or Tracy Pico, she just got married, and James Price. They all three demanded excellence out of me every minute of every day of training, and I appreciate them for that. And also, finally, I'd like to thank ZKC Local, NACA for submitting us for this award, and then also thank NACA for putting on this great event. Thank you very much.
Not in my wildest dreams, when I unplugged from position that day, did I think I was going to be getting an award for doing something. The first thing I did was I went over to my supervisor. I said, hey, I need to file an ADSAP. I turned this guy like 6 or 7 times below the MIA, you know, and we're super lucky that he landed because I'd probably be in trouble. So fortunately for us, for me, he did land because I don't know, it maybe be turned out a little bit different, but this is really a good experience. We don't get told good job very much. You know, we go every day, we do what we do, and that's what we're supposed to do. So it's really weird being told, hey, good job, you did it, you know. It's a really humbling experience for my peers at, you know, the center to come to me and, hey, I heard what you did, man, good job. Because we don't get that very much. So that being said, I would like to thank Bob Taylor in Rivers. He asked if he could listen to it and give it to our local safety council. And then he said, hey, I'm going to submit you for award if that's okay with you. And then he submitted me to the local award. Our facility rep, Aaron Merrick, said, hey, this is pretty good. I'm going to submit you for the Archie League award. Still something, okay, what's that? I had to look it up. I'm like, okay, the Archie League award. I'm like, what is Archie League? Oh, it's the air traffic controller, the first ever controller. That's weird. I didn't know that either. So got me up here, and now I'm here in front of you, beautiful people, getting to talk. And last but not least, I'd like to thank my wife. We've been doing this air traffic control thing together for 15 years. I couldn't do it every day without her, helping with the 2 boys, probably doing most of the stuff with the 2 boys while I'm working midnights and swings and days and back and forth, and she's meanwhile putting up with all my crap, so thank you. Love you, babe.
For our next award, I'd like to bring up the Eastern Region Vice President, Mr. Dean Iacopelli.
Good evening. So for the Eastern region, our story begins with likely the worst words that either a pilot or controller would want to hear. Mayday, Mayday, I just lost my engine. Those words from pilot Stephen Lloyd of Lexington, South Carolina, began a dramatic sequence of events on a Sunday afternoon, March 27th of last year. And that's when Washington Center controllers Richard Wallace and Jamie Steinberg quickly and calmly went to work. Lloyd was flying his Piper Aztec from Charleston, South Carolina to Martin State in Baltimore. His friend was with him, as well as his friend's 2 small children. The Mayday call came about 1 hour into the flight as Lloyd was diverting to Roanoke Regional Airport. Just before that, the aircraft encountered marginal weather and was looking for a closer airport that had VFR conditions. On top of that, Lloyd reported that he lost both his directional gyro and altitude indicator. Lloyd switched fuel tanks and got power back to the right engine, but then he reported that he lost both engines. Instead of needing the closest airport, the aircraft now needed a road or something else to land on quickly. Wallace and Steinberg pulled out sectional charts and started looking for the closest highway. They found Route 58, Martinsville Highway in Southern Virginia. They advised Lloyd that the area had terrain obstructions. That's when the plane went below frequency coverage. Let's listen and watch as this flight assist took place. Can we roll the video, please?
Mayday, Mayday, I just lost my engine. All right, is that 2 Alpha Mike? 2 Alpha Mike, I lost them both. Okay, 2 Alpha Mike, there's an airport off your left wing in about 10 miles. There's one off your right wing in about 15 miles. Greensboro West, 230, emergency. I got this guy out here, 22 Alpha Mike, on a squawk code of 2153, just lost his engines. Point me to the nearest airport that I can get him in. He has no gyros, nothing.
Okay, closest airport, Martinsville, is on a about a 270 heading and 16 miles with their IFR.
Okay.
We got somebody that just landed. They're going to call us with a pirate.
Okay, all right. 22 Alpha Mike is
16
airport
miles.
off your left wing and 15 miles. They are IFR, though.
I'm going to need a road or something. I don't have any engine.
And 22 Alpha Mike, there should be a highway, I'm thinking off your left side, should be Highway 77 or 81 right there in that vicinity. I'm pulling that section chart now to find it. There's a road there down 58 Alpha Mike. I don't have any displays on this map for the highways.
All right, we'll just see what we can find when we get out of the loop.
Okay, well, the minimum vectoring altitude in that area is 3,100 feet. There are a lot of terrain and mountains there. And there's a Route 58 that goes to Danville. You probably should be pretty close there. He runs east-westbound, maybe a mile or two off your left or right side. Greensboro 230.
Greensboro West.
Hey, listen, that guy's coming down. Is there a highway or something that you can point me towards right there?
Greensboro 392. I think that's the map to show me a highway or anything out there.
You guys don't have any idea about the terrain up there?
Hold on, camera. We don't have anything depicted.
All right, W. November 21 Victor Alpha Center.
Go ahead.
You familiar with this area west of Danville? Is there an airport or a, not an airport, but a road somewhere this guy's trying to put it down anywhere on the highway?
I'm not familiar with here, but I'll look and see if I can find anything.
I think he's already down below 1,000. 22 Alpha Mike, you doing okay down there? And 22 Mike, Alpha Mike, how do you hear the center? You all right? Southwest 2741, contact center on 1875.
Hey, center, AC 5392, level 16000.
AC 5392, roger. If you ever cross Henby at 12, do me a favor.
We can do MB at 12, and what you got?
I just had a guy lost his engine about west of Danville right now. See if he can transmit for 22 Alpha Mike and see if he can hear you by chance.
Okay, this frequency or guard?
On this frequency.
22 Alpha Mike, this is AC 5392 for 22 Alpha Mike. Can you hear me? No response from Alpha Mike.
Okay, thanks. 21 Victor Alpha, you want to do me a favor, please?
Yes, sir.
Well, I want to take you over the place where I lost radar with him. Can you fly there for me?
South Boston, Greensboro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that aircraft that lost its engines, the last observed position for us was the about 095 heading off of Martinsville at about 18 miles.
21 Victor Alpha.
Yeah, 21 Victor Alpha.
See if you can transmit on this frequency if a 22 Alpha Mike hears you.
22 Alpha Mike, I'll try him. 1 Victor Alpha. Aircraft 22 Alpha Mike, this is velocity, November 21 Victor Alpha, do you copy? 22 Alpha Mike, velocity 21 Victor Alpha, over. The center, no response from 22 Alpha Mike 1.
Okay, thanks. May have crashed. We're waiting here. He thinks he heard that the guy landed there. Board's up to date. Altimeter's usable. We're in the Sioux. IFR everywhere. Nobody in or out except from this guy right here. Tried raising him a couple times with some different airplanes and no joy. Cleared to send via new business over here. So we're just waiting to hear something here.
Well, as you can see, that's the result of the crash. The pilot landed on the median of the highway, about 14 miles west of Danville, Virginia. The aircraft hit a tree and came to a stop upside down. But the pilot, Mr. Lloyd, sustained only minor injuries, and his 3 passengers were all miraculously uninjured. The flight assist highlights the seriousness of what we all do every day in the National Airspace System. This was a situation that could have resulted in a tragedy. Instead, Richard and Jamie provided the very best air traffic control service to get these 4 people on the ground safely. Their professionalism, experience, and ability to effectively use every tool at their disposal made the difference. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, I am very proud that these 2 great controllers are representing the Eastern region this year. Please help me welcome them to the stage and salute them for a job well done. Jamie Steinberg and Richard Wallace.
I'm so humbled to be recognized in front of all of our fellow controllers tonight. I'll make it short. I just wanted to thank all of my trainers for putting the time into getting me to where I am. The unwavering and unending support of all of our family, friends, and husband. My fantastic colleagues, especially Ricky, who's up here, and Pat Flaherty, who's not with us tonight, for quick thinking. All of my NATCA brothers and sisters, both local, national, and my FATCA brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Brothers and sisters, I'm honored to be here, part of the best group, professional group ever. You guys, to be honored and up here and receive this award and recognition is beyond my dreams. However, I never would wish it upon anybody, in all seriousness. I mean, I've been a controller since 1984, worked numerous emergencies. I've seen people crash next to coworkers. Never, ever bothered me. Working this guy, going through what I went through, I tell you what, especially knowing you got the 2 kids on board, it really touches your heart. It makes you think about things. And things I have to do is, you got to think about professionalism, being there when it counts, training, giving it, receiving it, expecting the best from the best, which makes us the best. And I can say that with all sincerity with this crowd. A couple of notes here, because I'm getting old and forgetting things, so kind of bear with me here. I have to say, it's been an honor to be an air traffic control this time. What a way to end a career. Get the Archie League Award recognition, and then retiring in October. I am blessed to have this career. I'm blessed to be with you guys. Never forget, hard work makes perfection, and I believe we're about there. I also like to give a special thanks to Mr. Pat Flaherty, who played a nice role in helping us out in this. And thank you, Pat, and thank you, NACA. Appreciate everything. This is a great program, great recognition for the work we do. Good luck, guys. Enjoy.
So next we invite the RVP from the Great Lakes region. Brian is alone to the stage. And we have the distinct honor of having Brian here for 2 awards because we had a tie in the Great Lakes region.
It's always a great honor to give this award out. I've given it to my best friend, I've given it to my first trainer as an air traffic controller, and now I get to give away 2, so cannot complain. When we think of marathons, we don't always think of air traffic events, but what Eric Vanstrom did to assist a Piper when it lost navigation during a severe weather incident is nothing less than a marathon. When the pilot checked in on frequency at Fort Wayne, Eric stepped up for over 2 hours to assist the aircraft. The pilot advised that they were having trouble with the vertical speed indicator, and due to deteriorating weather conditions, Eric quickly recommended that the pilot change course to Portland Municipal Airport, which was experiencing VFR conditions. After setting the aircraft up for initial approach, the pilot appeared disoriented and was struggling to maintain steady flight. Eric watched the aircraft perform multiple circles and altitude changes, which caused several passes below the minimum vectoring altitude. Eric was able to remain calm and gave steady, no gyro vectors until the aircraft dropped out of frequency range. But even after that, it did not deter my brother from continuing to provide weather and airport information in hopes the pilot would hear it and help them land safely. Let's take a look at what Eric saw that night. Roll the tape, please.
All right, Check 60 Whiskey, you're flying in circles. I need to get you away from Fort Wayne to take you south. You're now northeast bound. Start a right-hand turn. Just start a right-hand turn right now.
Roger, right-hand turn, 60 Whiskey.
Check 60 Whiskey, fly straight. Just stop the turn and fly straight from right there. Let me know what you're heading, what you think it is. Just fly straight from right there, level flight.
Yeah, Roger. Now we're showing tracking 131. We're having an issue with our VSI, 60 Whiskey.
Okay, roger that. Just continue the 130 heading for now. We'll get you set up for the approach down in Portland.
Roger, 6-3 Whiskey.
All right, Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey. You think you're going to be able to do a RDAV approach at Portland?
Affirmative, 6-3 Whiskey. We can do a RNAV.
Okay, 6-3 Whiskey. I'll tell you what, you're on the 130 heading. Looks good for now. Pick up the Portland weather. Let me know if you want to try the visual or if you want to go out for the RNAV. Just pick up the weather real quick, but stay level flight where you're at right now, okay?
Affirmative, 6-3 Whiskey.
Local. Hey, Andy, do me a favor.
Yes.
All right. The 6-3 Whiskey, I've been dealing with him. I'm going to work him in, so I'm not going to take a break at 8:30, okay? So can you guys get yourselves covered?
Yeah, we're fine. Don't worry about us.
I'm going to make sure he gets in before, because this way he only talks to one person, okay?
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, we'll take it. All right, Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, for direct DIAC, what's your compass reading right now?
105.
Okay, DIAC, now do you want the RNAV 9 to go eastbound into the runway, or you want 27 to come from the west?
9.
Okay, Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, need you to make a right-hand turn, and the heading is going to be 210. Turn right heading 210.
Right, 210, 6-3 Whiskey.
Okay, Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, level up your plane, get it level, and then give me another reading on your heading.
Roger, level now, 251, 6-3 Whiskey.
All right, Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, Roger. Begin a left-hand turn, slow left-hand turn. We need to crank you back about another 30 degrees to the left. Slow hand left turn. I'll tell you when to stop.
Roger, turn left, 6-3 Whiskey.
Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, stop the turn, level flight.
Roger, level flight, 6-3 Whiskey.
Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, look like you're in level flight. And what's your heading now?
223 for 6-3.
Okay, much better, much better. Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, I understood you only had 2 hours of fuel about an hour ago. You still got an hour of fuel left?
Affirmative, 1 hour left, 6-3 Whiskey.
Okay, roger that. We're going to bring you down. We're going to turn you on for the RNAV to 9. If you can't get established, we'll probably try to fly you directly over the airport to see if you can just get the airport inside, okay?
Affirmative, 6-3 Whiskey.
Hey, Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, you did get the weather at Portland. Do you remember what it said? We can't pull it up from here.
Yes, we've got the weather in Portland, winds 170 at 10 knots, 299.6 on the thermometer. Looks like 1,000 scattered, 12 months, 6-3 Whiskey.
So 1,000 scattered. What kind of visibility did it say?
10 miles.
Okay, roger that. Hey, Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, what heading are you on now, sir?
230, 6-3 Whiskey.
230, 230?
Affirmative, 230, 6-3 Whiskey.
All right, roger that.
And we are VFR right now, if you want us to turn left towards the airport.
Okay, you want to try for the visual at Portland?
We will try for the visual at Portland. We prefer to keep you with us, so 6-3 Whiskey.
Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, roger. Okay, and you think you can do a 90-degree turn? I need you to basically turn left heading 140. If you want me to stop your turn, I can do that.
Why don't you start and stop my turn, 6-3 Whiskey.
Okay, Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, begin a left turn now. Hey, little help.
What do you need?
Call Portland, see if you can find, he's clicking because he's trying to turn the lights.
Yep.
See if you can call anybody at Portland and tell them to turn on the lights.
Will do.
Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, the airport is 11 o'clock and 5 miles. You're still on us, so Unicom, the frequency of the 3 clicks, isn't going to turn on the lights yet. We're calling somebody now at the airport to see if they can do that. Do you want to switch to Unicom to try that, or do you want to stay with me? It's at 11 o'clock and 5 miles.
We can go over to Unicom. Can you give me the frequency real quick?
All right. Cherokee 6-3 Whiskey, your IFR will not be canceled. Unicom for Portland is 122.8, 22.8. The airport is 12 o'clock and about 3 to 4 miles, or actually just off your left, 11 o'clock. Change to 22.8 and then come back, okay?
Affirmative.
I want to point out that that clip picks up over an hour into the event as the aircraft came out of the red area in the weather system. Eric's ability to safely guide the aircraft into better conditions is a testament to his skill and professionalism as an air traffic controller. He displayed exceptional decision-making throughout the event, and was able to work the pilot through an extremely bad situation. It's my honor to honor him tonight. I'd like to welcome Eric up to the stage.
Well, I just want to say thank you to everybody, especially to my wife for putting up with all the hours we've missed for the family. And strangely enough, I think my sons appreciate my job because I'll have one going to the academy this summer, and hopefully he won't ever get put in this situation because it is really rough, but maybe he can help somebody too. So thank you.
Let's welcome the Great Lakes RVP back up to the stage. I can't believe his voice was calmer in an emergency than mine is up here. Sound of panic on the radio is something that makes every single controller in this room's heart drop into their stomach. When a Beechcraft checked in on frequency at Cleveland Center, things seemed to be normal. David Stempian was working other traffic in his area when he heard a pilot yelling over the frequency. The altitude readout was terrifying. A drop from 8,100 feet to 7,400 feet, followed by a climb to 8,500 feet, and another drop all the way down to 5,000 feet. David remained as calm as possible, was able to immediately identify which aircraft was in distress, and establish contact with the pilot. David advised the pilot to follow and trust his instruments in order to regain control of the aircraft. When the pilot felt more in control, he advised he had been caught in a freak updraft, which had caused him to lose complete control of the aircraft. After David issued further guidance and was sure that the pilot had regained control, he asked the pilot to assess if there was any damage to the aircraft. The pilot said the wingtip covers were open, indicating that at some point during the incident, the aircraft had completely rolled. David offered several options to the pilot to get him on the ground to recoup, which the pilot eventually accepted, pausing at Arnold Palmer Regional Airport before continuing on to his final destination to visit with his family. Let's roll the tape.
Number 305 Zulu, Cleveland Center, climb maintain 9,000, Morgantown, Timber 3009er.
3009er, climb maintain 9,000, 305 Zulu. Sail! Stay on! Sail! Let go of the yoke! Let go of the yoke! Let go of the yoke. Fine, just fine to you.
All right, is everybody okay? 305 Zulu, you all right? Yes. Number 305 Zulu, you with Cleveland? Number 305 Zulu, you with Cleveland?
I can hear you, but we're in trouble.
All right, what do you need? What do you need? Number 305 Zulu, follow your instruments, sir.
All right, I'm on it.
Number 305 Zulu, I do show you descending. Follow your instruments, sir. Trust your instruments.
I'm following my instruments. What happened? I got in a real bad updraft.
I don't know what happened, sir. You got it under control?
Yes, sir.
Roger, 05 Zulu, just get yourself under control.
Evidently, I got into a bad updraft. I went way up. No matter what I did, it was still climbing, and then all of a sudden, it let go the other way.
05 Zulu, you're fine, you're fine. I'm showing you level at 5,000 right now. Just,
I'm going to hold at 5,000 until things slow down a little bit.
Absolutely, 05 Zulu. You just maintain 5,000. Just whatever you need to do is fine. 5,000 is good in that area. Just don't go any lower.
7 University.
All right, 05 Zulu. I do have the Morgantown Airport at your 10 o'clock in about 3 to 4 miles if you needed to land or anything, sir.
No, sir, we're good. I need to get back on course. That was a very bad experience.
I can imagine it was over here on this end, too.
Bel Air.
You might want to pass that information on, that is a miserable updraft right there.
Yeah, we absolutely will. Yeah, we've had no reports of that at all. 05 Zulu, what altitude do you like right now?
I'm going to go up to 7,000, and I think I'm going to be in the clear. I'm through whatever that stuff was.
Roger, 05 Zulu, maintain 7,000. Or 305 Zulu, you don't have any damage to the aircraft or anything like that, do you?
The only thing that I see is my wingtip fuel door, the fuel covers are open, but I'm assuming that the plugs are still in place. I'm not losing fuel out there.
Roger, sounds good. We do have, multiple airports around your area. If you do feel the need to land, I've got a ton of options for you. Just let us know.
Oh, Roger, I think what I want to do is see how this handles right now, and I might just set her down here a little bit. I don't know. Right now, we're getting into some good, clear weather.
Roger. 05 Zulu, you encountered that severe updraft there at 8,000, is that correct? And then you went up and then a sudden downdraft as well?
Yes, sir. How high was my altitude?
05 Zulu, it looks like you got up to about 8,500, and then next thing you know, you're down way low. Did the aircraft stall on you?
Yes, sir. It did. We were trying to control the climb, and then all of a sudden it just ran out of airspeed. And then all kinds of stuff went on, but I think we're all right. But I've never had that happen before.
Roger. Yeah, I've never had that happen on frequency either. Yeah, trust me, if you need to land and just get everything sorted, that'd be fine. We got lots of options, like I said.
Oh, Roger. I think. Well, let me get down here the road a little bit here and look and see. I'd like to get in the clear, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
Not bad when you get to say your job is representing those guys. After the pilot landed, he gave David a call to thank him, but I'll let the pilot himself talk more about that. It's my honor to welcome to the stage the pilot of November 305 Zulu, William Reed, Jr.
Well, very glad to be here, as you can probably tell. Both of us. What I said about never having been involved in anything quite like that, and I hope I never do get to do anything like that again. David did a fantastic job. I got to admit, initially, I got so busy, I didn't know if I was scared. I was just real busy. And after I realized afterwards what happened, I realized I was scared. But I do want to thank him, and over the years, other times that I've been flying and had a few interesting experiences. This is the first and probably the last time I'll ever get a chance to say thank you to every one of you for the wonderful job that you do to keep people like me safe. You want to say anything?
I'm kind of the navigator in this duo, and I was really scared. Once we got out of the soup, I saw this hillside with green trees, and I thought, we're dying here today. And this peace kind of came over me, and then just almost instantaneously, we were out of it. So God wasn't ready for us. We get to celebrate our 50th wedding anniversary in June.
And hearing the stories that we've already heard is just amazing. I mean, and David's our hero, but you're everybody's hero. I mean, every day. I think about the safety when I get on a commercial aircraft, and certainly when I get in ours. Well, what can you say?
It's now my honor to bring David to the stage.
All right, thank you. That was terrifying, and this is kind of terrifying too. I would of course like to thank NACA for putting on this great event. This is really awesome. I was able to meet the pilot and his wife. That was really cool. I'd like to thank Cleveland Center NACA for making Cleveland Center such a great place to work. I'd like to thank my wife Dawn, who's here with me, for supporting me and putting up with me. I'd like to thank my parents. My mom's at home watching my beautiful daughters Nora and June. My dad and stepmom are here with me. I'd like to thank Matt Kurtz, who was actually on my D side. He did all the coordinating for me when that was happening. And special thanks to Pat Rochek. He's one of the union reps at Cleveland Center. He really went above and beyond, giving me some support right after that happened. He even stopped by my house that night to make sure I was all right, and that was really good. Thank you.
Each year we are very happy to welcome a partner in safety with AOPA. And with that, Paul Darris, he's the AOPA Director of Education at the AOPA Air Safety Institute. He's going to give out a couple of awards like they do each year. Thank you for having him. We're glad to have him here. And thank you, Paul, if you'll come up stage. He's coming from this direction. Yep.
Oh, thank you and good evening. This is an exciting time to be here to recognize everyone's great efforts. Great bunch of people. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here. Earlier, Administrator Huerta had touched on the fact that none of you would consider yourselves to be heroes. At his first inaugural address in 1981, Ronald Reagan said, "Those who say we're in a time when there are no heroes, they just don't know where to look." Well, we don't have to look very far tonight, because all of you, including your colleagues who aren't here this evening, are heroes. And your work of keeping pilots safe, however ordinary it may seem to you, is always viewed by pilots as extraordinary, so thank you. The Air Safety Institute is the arm of the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. General aviation pilots from around the world participate in our training more than 2 million times a year, and some of our most popular and important work has been the result of partnering with NACA over the years to help educate both controllers and pilots. One way of expressing our gratitude to NACA and its controllers is presenting the AOPA Air Safety Institute Flight Assist Commendation. The commendation was designed to recognize controllers who, in particular, provided outstanding assistance to general aviation pilots. In selecting commendation recipients, we looked for controllers who identified safety risk and implemented appropriate responses before the situation worsened, those who demonstrated initiative teamwork, professionalism, and a calm demeanor, especially when pilots were distressed and disoriented. And ultimately, those who help pilots land safely without incident. The Air Safety Institute is honored to recognize the following controllers. First, from the Eastern region, John Karmbach, New York TRACON. Kevin Maney will be accepting the award on John's behalf. John's exceptional coordination skills and calm demeanor helped a distressed pilot whose Piper Land suffered complete electrical failure at night, leaving him with only his cell phone for communicating with ATC. John's outstanding service resulted in guiding the pilot to a safe landing. Next, from the Great Lakes region, Eric Miner, Chicago Midway Tower. Loss of control is a safety topic common to many pilots, but not loss of a tire, especially in flight. While taking off from Chicago Midway, a Challenger jet lost a tire upon takeoff, unbeknownst to the flight crew. Eric was very resourceful in solving the mystery of the missing tire, and his exceptional coordination efforts with the appropriate agency facilities downstream resulted in a safe landing without incident. Also from the Great Lakes region, Matt Rivas and John Perksack, Detroit Metro TRACON. Matt will be accepting the awards for both himself and on John's behalf. Matt and John assisted a Piper Aerostar pilot who experienced GPS and compass failures while flying an IMC. Their teamwork and expertise helped to reorient the pilot to a safe landing. From the southern region, Darren Tummelson, Memphis Center. After the pilot of a Piper Cheyenne declared an emergency after losing an engine, Darren's exceptional service and experience himself as a multi-engine pilot guided the distressed pilot to a safe landing. From the Western Pacific region, William Mitchell and Eddie Uris, SoCal TRACON. Joel Ortiz will be accepting the awards on behalf of William and Eddie. William and Eddie demonstrated exceptional teamwork while helping a Cirrus pilot who had difficulty navigating and maintaining altitude. Their professionalism and outstanding service helped reorient the pilot while guiding him to a safe landing. And also from the Western Pacific region, last but not least, Greg Schildmeyer, Los Angeles Center. Lynn Pauly will be accepting the award on Greg's behalf. Greg took the initiative to declare an emergency for a Bonanza pilot who picked up ice at night while flying an IMC. His outstanding effort guided the pilot to an alternate airport where he landed safely without incident. Please join me in congratulating these fine controllers.
Next, I'd like Brian Zalonis to come up and give another award. No, just kidding. I'd like to introduce Mike Robichaud, the RVP of the New England region, to come up.
Good evening, Paul.
Good evening.
Good evening, everybody.
Who won the Super Bowl this year?
Oh, again, another Archie League, another Super Bowl ring, our little region. Yeah, Pats. Good stuff. Oh, I know. Yeah, be jealous, yes. For New England this year, it was early on a Thursday evening in October, but everything appeared to be normal at the tower at Boston Logan Airport. Staffing was supposed to be 8 plus a TMC and a soup, but on this shift there were only 6. You had Ross Sinski on local, you had Eric Knight as the controller in charge, FAC Rep Mick Devine was on ground, previous Archie League winner Eric Anderson was on clearance delivery, Tom Fassett was on local east control, and Chris Hastings was the TMC. Weather was an issue, though. The ceilings meant there were no side-by-side landings on the runways 4 left or 4 right. They had gone from a configuration they were going to a configuration that's pretty rare for them to run. They were landing 4 right, but on the other side, aircraft were doing an ILS approach to runway 15 right, then circling over Boston Harbor to do a visual and land on 4 left. The ceilings are low enough in these conditions where the aircraft pop out about 1,500 feet on a 5-mile final, and the controllers can see them from there. So here comes this Dash 8. It's making a left circle to line up with 4 left. But this one just looked weird to the guys in the tower that night. The Dash 8 was pretty low, too low. Even at night with the challenges of a compact airport like Logan, our members knew something was just wasn't right. It was Ross who had the job of working the circle approaches to 4 left. He noticed the Piedmont didn't have its landing lights on, so he asked the pilot to check his gear. As soon as he said that, everyone in the tower heard it and immediately looked out the window. The aircraft itself seemed to be no higher than the tower itself. As the Dash 8 rolled out of its turn, a split-second decision soon followed. So let's just watch, see what happens.
Piedmont 4872, landing light still appears off.
Yep, come on now.
Yeah, 4872, go around now, go around.
They're going around.
Piedmont 4872, climb maintain 3,000.
2,000, 4872.
JetBlue 65 on Echo, cross runway 4 left, taxi via Mike. JetBlue 65, cross runway 4 left, taxi via Mike.
JetBlue 865, cross at runway 4 left, there, via Mike.
Piedmont 4872, turn left heading 020, maintain 3. Yeah, 4872, go around now, go around.
They're going around.
Piedmont 4872, climb maintain 3,000.
So everything that happened here just happened in just a couple seconds. Eric immediately noticed that the Dash 8 was lined up for the taxiway Bravo and raised his voice. Then Ross issued the go-around instruction. The Dash 8 overflew JetBlue 865 and cleared the aircraft by a very slim margin, as you saw. Eric's a charter member of NACA. He joined in 1987. He's been in the agency, and he joined in 1987. Ross has been in the agency 8 years, and in the last 5.5, he's been at Logan. During this event, their experience and lightning-fast instincts definitely saved lives. Oh, and by the way, that happened on October 20th, which was International Day of Air Traffic Controllers. Very appropriate. Please help me congratulate, welcome to the stage, New England's Archie League winners Ross Lasinski and Eric Knight.
Wow, there are a lot of people here. Of course, I want to thank Paul and Trish and everybody at NACA National. And I'm losing my voice here. My wife, who's put up with my schedule for 18 years, and my type A personality, so I got to thank her for that. I stumbled on a quote that kind of reminded me of something my father once told me, and also kind of summed up what I've been trying to explain to everybody when I've been asked this. I can't tell you how many times, and it says, trust your gut. It knows what your head has yet to figure out. And that kind of sums up everything here. Everything about this, when Ross told me about it, said, hey, take a look at this guy, something just didn't look right. And that just made us keep an eye on him. And I'm thankful that we ended up with the conclusion that we did have. So thank you, everybody, and I'm deeply honored by this. Thank you.
Okay, practice something, and a lot more people here than you anticipate. So first of all, I got to thank my beautiful wife, Morgan, right here in the front row. She's done nothing but support me my entire, yeah, thank you. She's awesome. I couldn't do any of this without her. Go Team Lashinsky, you're awesome. Mick Devine, our FAC rep, like Roby said, was working ground control that night. He could also be up here very easily. Thanks for nominating us. Lastly, thank you, NATCA, for putting on this wonderful event. This is just amazing. I got to really acknowledge all of my coworkers at Boston Tower. You guys are just the best people to go to work with every day. You do a great job. It's a hard place to work, and every day. We're going to get an airplane tomorrow. We're flying to Boston. I don't worry about my safety at all because you guys are on the job. Thank you.
To present our next award, I'd like to bring up Northwest Mountain Region Vice President Doug Pincock.
Good evening. There are moments over the course of their career when an air traffic controller immediately knows that a pilot is going to need a little bit of something extra. Denver TRACON controller Aaron Grijalva embraced that moment this past year when a student pilot checked on frequency. Aaron proceeded to handle the situation with the dedication and resolve indicative of the very best of us. The student pilot of a Cessna 172 requested flight and navigational aid into Pueblo Memorial Airport. The student was having a difficult time navigating through the clouds due to weather and demonstrated how serious of a situation they were in by repeatedly asking to be vectored around those clouds. In addition to the challenging conditions, the pilot appeared to be unfamiliar with using the radio and was difficult to understand. Aaron knew that he had to establish a way to help this inexperienced student and get them safely to the ground. He remained calm and explained the limitations of his radar to the pilot several times, trying to steer them into a flight plan that was safer. The pilot seemed continuously disoriented and unclear on what they should do. Aaron, who is also a pilot, provided guidance and weather conditions as well as basic flight maneuvers to the student pilot. His expertise helped the pilot navigate and stabilize the aircraft. Though the pilot asked to try to go back to Pueblo again, Aaron was able to advise him to try for Centennial Airport, where the weather was reported to be better. Let's take a look at Aaron's expertise in practice.
Denver approach, this is 532 Juliet, and I 15 miles south of Centennial at 8,350 VFS flight following to Pueblo, and my student pilot.
Roger, and what's your call sign?
537 Juliet.
Squawk 5327 Juliet, squawk 0424.
Squawk 0424, 5327 Juliet.
Squawk 27 Juliet, say again your destination.
Pueblo Airport. 5327 Juliet.
27 Juliet, say, all right, is it Pueblo, Papa, Uniform Bravo, is that correct?
Yes, 5327 Juliet.
Roger that.
Denver approach, I see clouds right now, they're behind me. Am I safe to fly under them? 527 Juliet.
27 Juliet, sorry, could you say that again, please?
I'm seeing clouds, behind me, at least safe to fly under them.
Sky 27 Juliet, understand you're seeing clouds behind you?
They're in front of me, yeah.
All right, the clouds are straight ahead of you. Are you going to be underneath them or stuck on top of them?
Underneath.
Sky 27 Juliet, roger. And were you planning to return to Centennial?
Yeah.
Roger. 7 Juliet, does it look okay straight ahead as far as the clouds?
Repeat that?
Does it still look okay and promising to continue straight ahead for Centennial, or does it look a little better?
Yeah.
Roger. 7 Juliet, are you getting trapped underneath some clouds now?
Yeah.
All right. Were you not able to continue back to the west? And 27 Juliet, just curious if you were planning to return to Centennial. Are you getting trapped? You said you're trapped underneath some clouds now?
Is there any way I could get to around the clouds?
And 27 Juliet, if you're asking about, are you asking us if we can vector you around the clouds? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
27 Juliet, unfortunately, I'm not able to see the clouds. 3 Lima Lima, are you in BMC conditions there? All right, how does it look to the northeast and the east there for 3 Lima Lima?
There's layer of clouds, maybe 15, 20 miles to the east of us. Pretty thick layer.
All right, is that above you or beneath you?
Above us, just slightly, 3 Lima.
Sky 27 Juliet, there's an east-west road that's about 2 miles south of your position. Can you see that road there?
Yeah.
All right, can you follow that to the west there and stay beneath the clouds or clear of any clouds?
Yeah.
All right, just follow that road and keep me advised if you're going to need any kind of a turn or lower altitude.
Okay.
Skyhawk 27 Juliet, it appears that you're turning south. Can you turn back to the right and then just make a right turn, a slow turn, and don't worry about the heading. I'll just tell you when to keep your wings level, but again, look ahead and just keep an eye out for any clouds out there. If you could just make a slow right turn to the right, and do you have contact with the ground there?
Yeah.
All right, make a slow turn to the right.
Is there a way to vector around the clouds and head to Pueblo?
Skyhawk 27 Juliet, negative. We are not. We do not see the clouds on the radar, so I cannot vector you around any clouds because I just do not know where they're at.
Denver, okay. I think I'm gonna try and turn around and head back to Pueblo.
Skyhawk 27 Juliet, are you sure you want to do that? It seems like we had a lot of trouble getting around those clouds. Are you sure you want to just double check, maybe wait another try? Centennial is there at 11 o'clock and 6 miles if you want to just wait it out a bit.
Okay.
And 27 Juliet, let me know if you see the Centennial Airport. It's about heading to your left in about 5 miles. Tower approach. Skyhawk 27 Juliet, can you see the Centennial Airport there heading to your left about 3 miles?
Yeah.
27 Juliet, roger. And contact Centennial Tower now, 118.9, or they'll have your downwind instructions or base leg.
Aaron's dedication to the air traffic control profession and his passion for safety are what make me proud to represent the membership of the Northwest Mountain Region. Aaron's ability to assess a difficult situation with limited information and establish trust with a struggling student pilot is exemplary. He embodies the very best of us. Join me in welcoming him on stage to be recognized for his exceptional work.
Very humbly, thank you very much. This event is amazing. It's what an honor to be here. Thanks, NACA, a lot for the, and Doug for the introduction. I appreciate that. Denver FAC Rep, Mr. Kevin Wright, President, who gave me the nomination. I would also like to thank Christina Walters, Ryan O'Neill, and Trevor Farmer, who were kind of in the background listening up and kind of helping me on the side, trying to figure out what she was saying, because it was very hard to understand, as you heard. Brothers and sisters from Denver Tracon here to support me, thank you thanks for making it an amazing place to work. It's so fun to work there. I love it. We have a great time. Also to the inspirational retired controllers that I'm honored to have worked with or that I know, like Bill Keenan, Dave Geddes, Rich Zenoble, and Jerry and Marcia Fortner. Thank you for your very motivating stories. My mother is here tonight, and she wants to celebrate with us, so we're having a great time. She came from Chicago. Thank you for, thanks, Mom, for providing me for this opportunity in life. Love it. And finally, to my beautiful and supportive fiance, Jessica Gray. She is the joy and love that I anxiously await to come home to every day. Thank you very much.
I guess we need equipment to look at clouds now. Who knew? Please welcome Jim Marinetti, RVP of the Southern Region.
Thank you very much. On Valentine's Day 2016, Kathy Luan, a veteran pilot and an aerial photographer, was flying an assignment in her Cessna 172 south of Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Suddenly, she discovered her throttle was stuck in the max power setting position and it wouldn't budge. That left her feeling both nervous, terrified, but she knew that she was in the secure hands of the air traffic controllers at Atlanta Tracon, who would guide her to a safe landing. It is the teamwork and professionalism exemplified by these controllers and all of the honorees tonight that we are here to recognize. On this day, Kathy initially contacted Patrick Burrows at Atlanta Tracon and declared an emergency. It was the first time that Kathy had had to declare an emergency. She was alone, the frequency was bad, and it appeared that she would have to land at the busiest airport in the world. The controller in charge was Clay Sutton. He immediately ascertained the situation and made several decisions to ensure a positive outcome. He briefed Mason Braddock that Kathy would be switched to his frequency. He reassigned Nicole Sarunas to the assist position with Mason. Once it was determined that Kathy would be landing at Atlanta International, Clay briefed the other Atlanta Tracon final controllers and coordinated with Atlanta Tower. Everyone had their role, directly or indirectly, and they worked flawlessly. Mason continued communicating with Kathy to reassure her and to let her know she was not alone. During the entire event, Keith Tyus, a traffic management coordinator and a certified flight instructor, assisted by making suggestions for how Kathy should make the approach to the airport. Let's listen as this incredible event played out to a dramatic conclusion.
66 Delta approach.
66 Delta with you.
Just in the event of a radio failure, the plan is just go inbound for runway 10 to Atlanta. You're about 5 miles west of the airport now, and we're going to touch down and cut power immediately to the airplane once we touch down. Do you understand that?
Affirmative, affirmative. I'm going to circle west here 2000. I'm going to come in for 10, and I'm going to cut power, but I'm going to stay with you because you're going to tell me when, and thank you for your help.
66 Delta, just to verify, you do have to cut power right before you touch down, okay?
Right, I know that. Thank you.
66 Delta, not a problem there. And you don't have to go in right now if you're not ready, but whenever you're ready, we can set you up for that. Like I said, we'll have equipment standing by to help you on the runway.
All righty. Can I ask you one more favor? Would you call my husband for me?
66 Delta, not a problem. Go ahead and get the phone number for us, and we'll make sure that he knows that you're coming in.
All right. His name is Roland, and if you could ask him to put a prayer chain out to my church and ask the whole church to start praying, and everybody else is listening. And that's all I need. Tell him that I love him and call my mother, and I know I'm going to be fine because you're helping me and the good Lord's helping me. And I always need prayer.
Remember, 66 Delta, not a problem. We're going to call him right now for you. We'll make sure everyone knows that we're taking good care of you. And we're going to get you set up for runway 10. It's not going to be any issue at all. It's just going to be a normal landing. All we're going to do different is just cut power right before we touch down. It's going to be fine.
I know it will be. Just give me a few minutes if you would, please.
66 Delta, not a problem at all. Just maybe make a southbound turn for me to keep you clear of some of the Atlanta traffic, and we'll get you set up, okay?
Southbound turn. Okay, so, yeah, like I said, I know this in my sleep, but here we go. So I'm going to get close. I'm going to come shallow. So rather than red, white, just right, I'm going to be closer to red, red, just dead. So I'm going to be a little shallow. I'm going to pull my mixture and then cut power.
66 Delta, when you pull the mixture back, the engine will quit on you, so you need to be over the approach end, over the threshold there, and right before touchdown, that's when we're going to pull the mixture, and that should cut the power to the engine.
Like that. Okay, I just didn't know if you were telling me anything else in terms of the mattress. Just, I know if I lean my mixture out, it will absolutely cut that power. Thank you.
66 Delta, not a problem. November 66 Delta approach.
Just a quick question. I should have probably asked the obvious. Is there anything else I could do to troubleshoot this throttle cable to get it back in place? I have tightened the whatever it's called around it where it attaches to the main grid here. Is there anything else I should be doing?
Number 66 Delta, let us ask around. We got a few pilots in the building. We're going to ask around, and we'll get back to you on that.
Perfect. You know, if I had emergency, I had to put it down in the field. I think I'd do it in a second. I think there's something about having to lay it arch field and a whole lot of red, blue lights sitting there that just unnerves you a little bit. Well, I'm fine.
66 Delta, that's probably the best place you could be landing. There's plenty of equipment to help you, and there's plenty of runway to work with, so that's the preferred route.
No doubt about it. God gave me the 9,000-foot runway, and I do appreciate it.
66 Delta, is the throttle detached, or is it just broken?
It is attached. It is attached, but whether I push it full in or full out, it is maintaining the same speed.
So 66 Delta, it sounds like a cable maybe is broken then.
All righty. So is there? I assume nothing else I could do, and I've troubleshooted everything I can, but just want to make sure if there's something I don't know.
66 Delta, it doesn't sound like we can fix that from the cockpit perspective. It sounds like a cable issue. So when you're ready, we can try it, but like I said, it's up to you. We can take more time if you need, or we can do it like what we can do is we can do a flyby if you'd like, just to kind of get a look at the airport and the runway. It's totally up to you.
That is a great idea. Let's just do that so I can see the perspective of when I need to come in a little more shallow. That helps me. Like I said, 9,000 feet. I should be able to do this walk in the park. I certainly should. That'd be good. Should I go ahead and head towards 10 now?
66 Delta, that is correct. You can proceed inbound straight into 10, and what we can do is we can just stay at that altitude, and we'll just overfly the approach end and just break off southbound, just kind of get a look at the field and kind of get used to what we're dealing with.
All right, tell you what, how about I'll start heading that way, and I'll overfly 10. I know it's far east. I'm going to stay south. I know I see the traffic coming in and out. I will not approach upon them. And that way I just get a good lay of the land, and I'll come back out.
66 Delta, just for planning purposes, about a midfield turnout or even closer to the approach end will be good. Just keep you clear of the departure traffic as well. That's departing Atlanta, turning southbound.
Will do. All right, I'm going to turn back here. Let's do this. Let me get a little bit out here. I'm going to pull some flat.
Number 66 Delta, not a problem. Just maintain VFR. Go ahead and let you gain some altitude, and we'll get you set up to try it in just a moment.
I should be able to knock this out, and I am so sorry for all those emergency vehicles sitting down there waiting on me.
Number 66 Delta, that is absolutely the reason we're here. We're here for you.
I appreciate it. You're great. Thank you.
66 Delta, just to reiterate, remain on this frequency.
Remaining here with you. Thank you, 66 Delta.
66 Delta, you are cleared to land, runway 10, and once you land safely on the ground, it'll be 19.5 on the ground.
66 Delta, cleared to land 10, which says 119.57, you said?
66 Delta, yes ma'am, 19.5, once you're on the ground safe.
119.5 on the ground safe. I'll switch. And I'd love to get your name at some point to call you and thank you. And as I always say before landing, dear Lord, please keep me safe. Thank you.
66 Delta, you're going to do fine, and we'll have the number for you once you're on the ground. And again, if it doesn't look good to you, just, you know, we can go around and try it again. There's no rush.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate all your help.
Not a problem.
Atlanta Approach 26, I'll be emergency crew for being there. Appreciate it. Thank you. 66 Delta.
66 Delta, yes, ma'am.
So as you can tell by that recording, Kathy Luan is a woman of great faith and great personality. And I would now like to have Kathy join me on stage at this time. So as you heard Kathy on the tape, God gave her a 9,000-foot runway that day. And did you notice on the tape that there were no other calls that Mason Braddock was working at that time? That was because Clay and Nicole were giving Patrick Burrows as much traffic as they could so that Mason could focus solely on Kathy. Behind Mason's voice was an amazing example of team effort, but I'll let Kathy talk about what that meant for her.
Ooh. I assure you, I don't deserve any of the credit. I really don't. That man, those men and women, wow. How lucky am I? How lucky am I? Probably, I learned so much. I learned so much from this event that day. And it is surprising, I know to all of y'all, that I have been flying a long time, and that day, so many things came together that day and came apart that I'm been on the floor here in the showroom, seen all of you and heard, and I just want you to know, at the end of the day, I think for all of us, especially me, it comes down to the people you love. And when you're faced with something that you've never dreamed you could be faced with, that's where it means something. And I know for a fact that airport, the biggest airport in the world, was named Hartsfield because those men and women have the biggest heart in the world. No question. Keith, Nicole, Mason, Patrick, Clay, I mean that when I say I love you. I mean that. I did look to the good Lord above. I called him first. He said, Kathy, I've got you. Look where I put you. Call them. Call the heart specialist. I'm like, okay, here I go. And he sent me a band of warriors. I mean, the SWAT team, I've told them that, the most special, wonderful Atlanta team, but they're disguised because they're angels. And when I was circling around there, I think those circles are mine, around and around and around, I'm sure. They're like, where's she going? And when I called out to them, and what y'all, I don't know that you said, Jim, that lasted 50 minutes and 32 seconds, which probably in Hartsfield dog years is like 900,000 gallons of fuel and passengers and things that you can't even imagine. And I remember thinking, you know, help me, God, help me. And he was there for me the whole time. And that team there, their motto, although I think Muhammad Ali tried to take it, it was this: if you ever dreamed of beating me, you better wake up and apologize. That's what they were saying. They're navigating, they were carrying the load of the traffic around them. There were Airbuses around me. I'm concentrating on wake turbulence, knowing that I knew Mason, he had said he was going to get some pilots trying to think, what's the wake turbulence coming off that Airbus, that 747? I was at 2,000, they were at 3,500, then at 25, and I'm circling and all these things. And when I faced that runway,
And Mason said to me, Kathy, we're going to get emergency equipment on the ground, some men to help you. It triggered something that I couldn't have imagined. I still, to this day, I'd been through way, way bigger emergencies, but there was something about those lights, and it was something I couldn't verbalize. And the first thing was that we'd had a funeral the day before, and a family member, I'd given the eulogy, and this is crazy, it went right to left, and the second thing was a series of articles. And my father was a pilot, and he'd been killed in an airplane crash many years ago, and he had radioed in, this was in Iran in the war, and said his equipment wasn't working and his instruments were not working, and he wanted to turn back. And they had told him to proceed. And he crashed into a mountain. And that was the vision that came to me. It was these articles that I have stacked up. And one thing that saved me over the years is, when in doubt, don't. And I couldn't proceed. So what that team did for me was come here. Heart to my heart, the Hartsfield team. And I'm shaking here now. I hate listening to that, because I remember that I couldn't proceed. I couldn't proceed. I was still navigating, flying the plane. And that is what I have learned an air traffic controller does. I have researched this so many ways, so many times. I've asked this team, did you take training in human behavior? Did you test it on this and that? No. I know this. I know this. Everything and everyone matters to you when you're holding people like me in your hands. Everything and everyone. And at that day, when my SWAT team was there, I mean, wow. They'd never said, Kathy, gotta go. We got a lot of other people out there. They could have, they should have maybe. They didn't. They made sure everyone came out alive, and me. And that vision that day of looking down, it terrified me. It terrified me. And I was thinking of my children, praying to the good Lord. They didn't grow up without a mother, although they probably don't like my nagging on some days, thinking about that. And how lucky am I? How lucky am I to have had a team that is all heart for me. After that day, they invited me back. Come in, Kathy. Took my mom, 85, my husband, my other child that's still at home, all of them. Even after that, I said to Tom Boland, can I come back? Come back in. We had a debrief. We talked about what we all did right and wrong. I've met their families. I feel like I've been in their homes, metaphorically. The entire team isn't here of all that supported, but Keith, Nicole, Mason, Patrick, and Clay, the ones at the board, Charlie, Mike, Mark, Steve, Jim, Chad, Jason, Andy, the Southern, they've also been in contact with me. So I've joked with them a lot because that's really my thing. I told him if I cry again, he's going to pay for these false eyelashes. And I'm not crying anymore. And they all said, well, Kathy, you know, there's a lot of joking with Sully. Oh, I said, there is a lot that I have in common with Sully. We did both make emergency landings, and we both did come away with our pants wet. So I'm claiming that. So I want to thank all of you, the air traffic controllers, men and women. Thank you. Thank you. You've been there for me. You've given me some verbal spankings. It'd have felt better if you put me over your knee. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I will never cross that hold short line again. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know why they're in the reverse in that plane. Ooh. I'm telling you. I thank you. And I also want to thank the men and women, your husbands, your wives, your children, your parents that support you. Because you come home at the end of the day and people like me just suck the life out of you, and they're the ones that have to take it. Thank you to you, the husbands, wives, and children's and fathers of this. Thank you for being there so they can do that. And may I do one more thing? I would like two of my children here to look you in the eye. I want them to thank you. I want them to know that's the way we're taught. I want my children to thank every one of you, especially the SWAT team. Please thank you. This is two of my children, Skip and Danielle. I just want them to thank you.
Yes, the pilot sucked the life right out of us. I hadn't heard that one before. And it came from a pilot. Thank you, Kathy. It is now my honor and privilege to welcome to the stage the Southern Region Archie League Medal of Safety Award winners Mason Braddock, Patrick Burrows, Nicole Sarunas, Clay Sutton, and Keith Tyus.
I guess I got the short end of the straw on this one. I want to thank Jim for that great introduction. I want to thank NACA and the selection committee. We're all humbled about this honor and this award we received. I want to thank Mike Ryan for nominating us. Hardworking, devoted, best pack rep we've ever had. Thanks, Mike. I want to thank our AAD family for supporting us the whole way. We have a large group here. We appreciate them. I want to thank all our families for supporting us back home. This evening's reminder all of us the important focus that when you go to plug in, safety number one. At AAD, we have a little bit of reputation of running a lot of airplanes safely and efficiently into one airport. It's a team effort, and this save was a team effort. Started with Patrick Burrows recognizing it, coordinated with Clay. Clay set it up from there, brought Nicole over, coordinated with the center, the tower, the final controllers. Brought me in, and then handed it off to Clay and to Mason. Cool, calm Mason over there, who for 50 minutes worked 6-6 Delta, talked to Kathy, and reassured her everything was going to be all right. The safe outcome was great. The men and women controllers of this country work the safest, the most efficient, the busiest, most complex airspace in the world. We at AAD are proud to be a part of that. Thank you.
I'm proud to bring up the next FAC rep, he used to be my FAC rep, now he's the Regional Vice President of the Southwest Region, Andrew Lebovich.
Thank you. Good evening. It's always humbling to be able to recognize the outstanding work performed by the NACA members in the Southwest region. This year, we recognize a 25-year member, Patrick Armstrong. Pat has worked at D10, the Dallas-Fort Worth TRACON, for the last 18 years. He has seen just about everything during his veteran tenure, which explains the cool, calm, and collected demeanor in which he performs his work. On March 10th, 2016, Pat used his experience, his confident professionalism, and his patience as he provided the voice of safety and comfort to the pilot of a Beechcraft Bonanza. It was the last leg of the pilot's journey from El Paso to Grand Prairie Municipal Airport, which is located between Dallas and Fort Worth. The weather in the area was poor, with 5 miles visibility, light rain, and overcast ceilings at 800 feet. The pilot was having difficulty maintaining altitude and headings while attempting to fly the RNAV approach into Grand Prairie, and his first 2 attempts were unsuccessful. At that point, the situation became more perilous. Let's pick it up here with our audio and radar replay.
November 46 Alpha. 46 Alpha, go ahead. Hey, you turn straight westbound on me, sir. Came off your funnel. Turn back to the right heading now, 020 to join, sir.
Right, 020, 46 Alpha.
46 Alpha, now that you're turning back to join your funnel. You're going to join about a mile outside the final approach fixture. Is that going to be fine for you?
46 Alpha, roger that.
If you're not set up, I can bring you back around, sir, if you don't want to proceed with the approach.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be great.
Okay, 46 Alpha, approach plans is canceled. Turn left, a left turn heading of 200, sir. Just maintain 2000.
Turn 200.
46 Alpha, that's correct, and maintain 2000. 46 Alpha, looks like you're descending on me, sir. Low altitude alert, check your altitude, maintain 2000.
Yep, got you.
And 46 Alpha, are you IMC, sir?
That is affirmative.
Okay, sure. Just let me know when you're ready for the approach. No hurries. I can get you in whenever you're ready, sir. Heading up 200 and maintain 2000. And 46 Alpha approach.
46 Alpha, go ahead.
Are you nicely set up and you ready to go for the approach again, sir, or do you want to do something different?
Yes, I'm ready for the approach again.
Vibrate, 46 Alpha, very well. Turn left, heading 090.
Left to 090, 46 Alpha.
And 46 Alpha, you're turning back out to the west on me again, sir. And don't descend, just maintain 2000. Loud alert, 46 Alpha. Maintain 2000. What's your heading, sir? Bonanza 46 Alpha approach.
46 Alpha, go ahead.
Hey, just get yourself set up, sir. Just orient. Just fly your present heading. Don't turn the aircraft anymore. Just fly your present heading, maintain 2000. 46 Alpha, climb and maintain 2300. What is your heading, sir?
I'm heading 170. I'm fuel critical now. I'm getting worried.
Okay, well, let's do this, 46 Alpha. Climb and maintain 2300. 2300, turn right, heading 270, sir.
270, right turn 270, going up to 2300.
46 Alpha, how much fuel do you have approximately minutes-wise, sir?
I'm going to say 10 minutes.
Okay, let's see what we can do for you here. 46 Alpha, stand by. 46 Alpha, do you want to shoot a non-list approach into a different airport, sir, versus the RNAV?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, let's get you into the Arlington Airport. That's the closest airport. Set up for the ILS to runway 34 at the Arlington Airport, sir. 46 Alpha, did you copy, sir?
Yeah, we're going to Arlington.
Okay, that's Golf Kilo Yankee. The ILS to runway 34 at that airport. Let me know when you're set up and ready for it, sir. It's just north of you by about only 8 miles. You get some fluctuations right now?
Yes, I'm having a couple other problems.
Okay. 46 Alpha, turn the aircraft to a left turn heading of 360, sir. 360 and join the loop lounge. You're about a half a mile from it.
Turning left 360.
Okay, 46 Alpha, you turn the aircraft just a little bit too much, sir. Heading of 360 to join. Are you on that?
Yes, gotcha.
Perfect. You should be coming up just on the center line of loop lounge right now. To about a mile and a half from the final approach fix. Descend to 2,000 feet till you're established, and clear the ILS runway 34.
34, maintain 2,000 till established, 46 Alpha. Thanks for your help, man.
You're welcome. You're doing a great job, sir. You're only about 5 miles from the airport right now. 46 Alpha, looks like you're going through the localizer, sir. You coming back to the left to join?
That's affirmative.
Okay. 46 Alpha, you can start down to 2,000, sir. That might help you out a little bit for your altitude.
You want me to do it?
46 Alpha, don't overshoot too much, sir. You're coming a little bit too far left there. Did you capture?
Working on it.
46 Alpha, go ahead and start the descent on the aircraft. You're just over the final approach fix right now, sir.
Descending 46 Alpha.
Okay, don't descend too low. The final approach fix is 2,000 for the altitude. You should be descending, but I'm still showing you at 2,300 feet. You want to cross your localizer a little bit, sir.
Yep, going back to the right.
There you go. You straighten it up a little bit. You're looking good, 46 Alpha. How you doing?
Sweat there.
46 Alpha, you cleared the land, runway 34 at the Arlington Airport, sir. You're just slightly to the left of the localizer right now.
Roger that, 46 Alpha.
46 Alpha. I suggest heading a 340, so you'll line up straight for the airport. If you do a 340 heading, you're about 2 miles from the airport right now. And 46 Alpha, you can turn back to the right if you would, heading about 350. You're slightly overcorrecting.
Inside. Through the clouds. Thank you for your help.
46 Alpha, you're very welcome, sir. Clear the land, runway 34. You can just stay on this frequency for now.
Roger that, 46 Alpha.
He's inside, Meacham. I've got the bananas in sight.
Thank you, man. And he has the airport, clear the land, runway 34. I've left him on my frequency for now just because he's really nervous, but I'll put him on you when I'm all done.
That's fine.
All right, easy. Thank you.
Stay safe on the ground, Meacham.
The pilot had just 10 minutes of fuel remaining after the last of his failed approaches. As you could hear, his voice reflected the urgency of the situation, but Pat maintained a sense of calm and helped the pilot remain focused on controlling the aircraft. Patrick acted quickly and decisively, getting the pilot ready to land at Arlington. The pilot didn't have time to obtain the weather and the approach plate details, so Patrick provided that crucial information to him. Pat worked with our NACA brothers and sisters at the Federal Contract Tower in Arlington to prepare for the Bonanza's landing. Soon the aircraft was safely on the ground, and a very grateful pilot called D-10 to thank Patrick for saving his life. This was exceptional air traffic control work. Patrick is a stellar example of the talented and dedicated controllers, and I'm very proud to call Patrick my NACA brother. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I am honored to welcome Pat Armstrong to the stage to receive his Archie League Medal of Safety Award.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Andrew, for that introduction. I really appreciate that. I am tremendously grateful, honored, and really humbled to be here tonight to accept this award. Wow, this is a large crowd. I want to thank NACA for putting on a great ceremony tonight. This has really been a great experience. I really appreciate it. I need to thank Chad Hoppert. Chad, thanks for submitting me for this award, man. I really appreciate it, Chad. And he also assisted me that night he was actually on the sector next to me. So Chad, thank you, sir. Appreciate all your work. Terry Donaldson, our D10 FAC rep. Awesome guy, awesome. Terry, thanks for making D10 a great place to work. I really appreciate everything you do. To all my fellow brothers and sisters here tonight from D10, where are you?
right. There they are, over here. And back in the Big D, I really, really love working next to you guys. And I really do share this award with you. I really do. Last, definitely not least, I want to thank my wife, Ann. Thank you for your love, your support, and 28 years of wonderful marriage. I love you, baby. Thank you all.
Is that apple pie moonshine over there, D10? I know, I've had some. It makes you howl. I got it. Last but certainly not least, the RVP of the Western Pacific region, Ham Ghaffari.
Good evening, distinguished guests. Let me adjust this, I'm a little bit shorter. Sisters, brothers, fellow veterans, especially my fellow Marines. You know, it was amazing to hear Patrick talk about the honor it is to receive this award, but I got to tell you, the honor is ours as leaders of this organization to be able to stand on the shoulders of giants such as you and every one of your fellow brothers and sisters back home. As you've discovered by now with a lot of these folks that have gotten the awards, air traffic control is truly a team sport. And on January 19th of last year, Brian Bond, Carlton Wickstrom, and Aaron Phones from Phoenix Tracon displayed that working together, a team of professional air traffic controllers can help keep the skies even safer. When a VFR Cessna 172 encountered IMC conditions due to a severe winter weather system, it was given an IFR clearance. The pilot was having trouble maintaining an assigned heading and was given instructions to keep away from a military operations area prior to being placed on Carlton's frequency at Phoenix Tracon. When the pilot checked in, she had plans to continue to Phoenix Goodyear, but he immediately advised her of nearby Prescott, which would get her into a lower minimum vectoring altitude and into better weather. Carlton took immediate control of the unfolding emergency and calmly issued instructions to the pilot to give her the best chance of landing safely. He did all this without overwhelming the pilot, who was having issues with her remote C, while struggling to maintain altitude and was unsure of her heading, and was also experiencing issues with her vertical speed indicator. Carlton issued instructions to the pilot to make sure her wings were level, as she had begun to grow confused and sounded a bit scared. While Carlton handled the pilot, an equally important operation was going on behind the scenes. First line manager Doug Hart coordinated getting two pilot controllers, Brian Bond and Aaron Phones, back on the control room floor to assist. They quickly came to the control room floor to provide expertise. Aaron took over the frequency and immediately assessed if the wings were level and instructed the pilot to climb because of a nearby 7,900-foot mountain peak. Doug did an outstanding job in supporting the team of Carlton, Brian, and Aaron to ensure a positive outcome. Let's roll the tape.
Yeah, Skyhawk 7, Mike Echo. Information Foxtrot current at Prescott. The wind's 250 at 4. Prescott altimeter 3021. Expects runway 21 left.
Mike Echo, okay.
Skyhawk 7, Mike Echo. Yes, ma'am. Descend and maintain 900,000.
I'm at almost 8,000.
Low Alto One, Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, check your altitude immediately. Minimum vectoring altitude in your area is 9,000.
7 Mike Echo, trying to climb.
Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, roger ma'am. And do you have the terrain in sights?
No, 7 Mike Echo, no train in sight.
Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, okay ma'am. Climb and maintain 9,000.
7 Mike Echo at 8,400. We'll keep climbing to 9,000.
Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, that's great ma'am. And what heading are you currently showing?
Currently 11 degrees.
Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, do you know how much fuel you have remaining ma'am? And how many souls on board?
7 Mike Echo, there's 2 of us on board, and we're doing really good on fuel. We've still got about 25 gallons.
Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, thank you ma'am. Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, does it appear your instruments are working ma'am?
7 Mike Echo, I mean, it appears so, but I know I'm getting tossed around a lot, so it probably doesn't look like it on your head.
Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, I just want to make sure you're getting a good indication that you're receiving a good vacuum on the suction gauge and that your attitude indicator appears to be working normally. Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, radar contact lost. Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, Phoenix approach.
7 Mike Echo, I'm trying to get straight, well, I was descending a lot and turning, so.
Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, okay ma'am. What altitude are you showing?
I'm showing 6,600, so I don't know the obstacles.
Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, roger ma'am. You need to climb and maintain 8,000 if able.
Okay, but it's going to take a while to get there, so if there's obstacles, can you back to me?
Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, radar contact is lost ma'am.
Understood, thank you.
So Mike Echo, I want you to look at your instruments and you look at your attitude indicator. Do you show a wings level attitude?
At the moment, yes.
Okay, I want you to keep the wings level. I want you to add as much power as you can and try to gently climb up.
7 Mike Echo, roger that. I will do that.
So Mike Echo, what is your altitude currently? Are you able to keep a climb?
7 Mike Echo, I'm able to climb. I'm getting tossed around a lot. Altitude is 7,100.
Okay, you're at 7,100, and what is your heading?
About 120, it looks like.
Jerome, 43.5. Okay, 7 Mike Echo, if you could, I need you to turn to the northeast, maybe about a 070 heading. If you could turn just a slight left turn to about a 070 heading, just to go to the northeast.
Slight left to 070. Still climbing. Thank you.
Okay, the cloud layer should be a little bit better in that area. If you're at a lower altitude, do you have ground visibility? Can you see any kind of lights?
No lights, just snow, and with the wind, it's actually hard to take my eyes off the instruments.
Number 7, Mike Echo. Are your wings level right now?
They're tossing, they're in the left turn right now, but they keep going level.
Okay, 7 Mike Echo, if you could just level the wings off momentarily, level the wings, and then look at what your heading says on your compass.
It looks like about, I'm funny, 100.
Okay, 100, does that show on your DG? Is your DG say 100? Does it match your compass?
No, I stopped trying to mess with that because the gyro on that is really lagging.
Okay, no problem. This sounds like your DJ is lacking. Okay, just continue a left turn to a 050 and just turn about 30, maybe 40 degrees to your left. I need you to get you to go to the north. Number 7, Mike Echo, do you have instruments? Are you able to possibly try an ILS approach? Do you have the instrument capability, VOR signals for an ILS approach?
7 Mike Echo, no, actually, negative. My ILS is not responding, but I do have a VOR capability.
Okay, I appreciate it. Number 347, Mike Echo, I want you to start a VFR, I just want you to start a descent. I want you to make a slight power reduction and continue straight ahead and start descending.
Okay, so roger that. I have noticed that my vertical speed is completely off. I think that's what's blocking off. It's saying that the 10 is actually It's a climb, but it's a descent, so.
Number 7, the tower says they can see you. Are you able to see the airport?
7 Mike Echo, I see the airport. I'm flying over it there on my left.
7 Mike Echo, are you in VMC conditions? Can you take over visually?
7 Mike Echo, affirmative.
347 Mike Echo, roger, runway 21 left to be your best option for the winds. And 7 Mike Echo, we have the runway lights as bright as they can go. Do you want the tower to turn them down just slightly?
7 Mike Echo, it's at their discussion. I have the airport in sight, so I'm comfortable here.
7 Mike Echo, okay, sounds great. If you could, go ahead and contact the tower 125.3. 125.3.
125.3, 7 Mike Echo. I really appreciate all your help. Thank you.
Great job, appreciate it.
So Carlton, Brian, and Aaron were able to formulate a plan and communicate it to the pilot, all while keeping her calm and focused. They displayed professionalism and expertise by asking all the right questions and remaining calm and collected at all times. This situation could have had a grave outcome. Their quick thinking, composure, and dedication to keeping the skies safe saved 2 lives that night. It is my honor to bring these dedicated professionals up on stage to receive this very well-deserved award.
Good evening. Just want to, I'll keep this short and sweet. I want to thank Carlton and Aaron for keeping calm during that whole situation and allowing me to piggyback on this award with them, doing a little bit of background coordinating for them. I want to thank all the members from P50 who made it out tonight for this award ceremony, all those watching back at home as well. Thanks.
Man, what an honor to be up here. But I'd like to say a few words. Thank you, Doug. You're one hell of a supervisor. Rich Nolan, thank you for writing this up. And the local NAC at P50 for submitting this for us. Good job on them. I'd also like to thank my fiance, Courtney. She's putting up with all my crap over the years. And we do a lot of flying together. And even she knows what a good job you guys do each and every day. Because even though when I fly by myself, the first thing she always asks me, well, are you going to talk to ATC? Of course, my answer is, of course, honey. So thank you very much.
Aaron touched on, and Brian was working with Doug and Rich, and not to put too fine a point on it, but if it wasn't for those two, the three of us wouldn't be standing here this evening. And it really just shows the dedication. Those guys have put 20 years on the boards before jumping over to management. They haven't forgotten, and they take good care of us. A lot of friends out here, a lot of facilities, so I do appreciate the gang coming from P50. I think it's about the biggest crowd they've had in the years been here, my first year coming. And last but not least, my folks watching back home, along with my lovely bride. Thank you, babe, for putting up with me. It's our 10 years this year. I miss you. I'll be home tomorrow. Thanks.
I'm keeping you over 2, I'm sorry. But they all deserve their turn, right? Amazing year of saves, unbelievable. We put together a compilation video, if we can roll that.
Check 60 Whiskey, you're flying in circles. Start a right-hand turn right now.
Roger, right-hand turn.
Okay, you want to try for the visual, Portland?
We will try for the vision of Portland. We're going to keep you with us. Let's go to you! Let's go to you!
305 Julie with Cleveland.
I can hear you, but we're in trouble.
Just get yourself under control.
I've never had that happen before. We cannot maintain 260. We are in a full descent.
265, roger. There's an airport about 80 miles to the south of you, St. Paul. I can get runway distance if you need and position.
Confirm we need all that. Thank you very much. Mayday, mayday, I just lost my engine.
Greensboro West, 230, emergency.
I'm going to need a road or something. I don't have any engine.
Whiskey pilot. Denver approach. I see clouds right down there behind me. Am I safe to fly into them?
27 Juliet. Unfortunately, I'm not able to see the clouds. Can you see the Centennial Airport there ahead and to your left, about 3 miles?
Yes.
We're going to touch down and cut power immediately to the airplane once we touch down. Do you understand that?
Affirmative, affirmative. Thank you. Appreciate all your help.
Not a problem.
46 Alpha, looks like you're descending on me, sir. Low altitude alert. Check your altitude. Maintain 2,000. Yep, gotcha. You're looking good, 46 Alpha. How you doing? Stay safe on the ground.
And that's actually a climb, but it's a descent.
Tower says they can see you. Are you able to see the airport?
I see the airport.
The runway 21 left would be your best option for the winds.
I really appreciate all your help. Thank you.
Great job. Appreciate it.
4872, go Pierce off.
Come on now.
4872, go around now, go around.
They're going around.
Did you decline emergency?
Affirmative, 7 Hotel Romeo.
I can vector you towards the 6.
Vector to the 6, please. He's on the ground.
Teamwork, professionalism, calm, cool, collected under pressure. Just an average day at work for every one of those air traffic controllers and every one of the air traffic controllers in this country. It was truly a very hard year to pick a winner. Normally, I go through, after the judges are complete, I go through them and I could figure out which one's the winner. It literally took me a week. But one of them is a little different. And for those of you who have had the opportunity to be at the Archie League Awards ceremony in 2014, you would know that there was a very similar save by Nunzio DeMillo from Boston Logan Tower. An incredible save. And I'd like to, those that didn't have the opportunity to see that, I would like to roll the tape on that short video.
Six Bravo Juliet, go around. 6 Bravo Juliet, go around, please. Go around.
6 Bravo Juliet, going around.
That was, you were lined up for a taxiway, 6 Bravo Juliet. Fly runway heading and climb, maintain. You want a VFR or IFR flight?
We're IFR, sir.
Okay, climb, maintain. For now, just maintain 2,000. I'll check with approach, see if I can bring it right back around.
2,000, 6 Bravo Juliet.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard JetBlue Flight 1415. My name is Captain Thomas Wood, and I just wanted to come out and introduce myself to you. Flight time to Buffalo today was 1 hour and 5 minutes. Weather in Buffalo is 42 degrees and clear skies. We aren't anticipating any delays. If there's anything I can do to make your flight more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask. Thanks for your attention and welcome aboard. These are the last words that my loved one heard from me before we departed that day. I cannot thank Nunzio enough for what he did. He would say he was just doing his job. For that, I owe him everything.
Nunzio retired shortly after that amazing save and is enjoying retirement. And as Roby said, this save happened on October 20th, 2016, which is the International Day of Air Traffic Controller. And I was actually speaking at a symposium in the Air and Space Museum about Nunzio's award, give or take a half hour before this identical situation occurred at Boston Logan. Kind of eerie when you think about it. Let's look, I have a videotape from the fire station surveillance camera to show you exactly how close this one was. The actions of Ross and Eric saved hundreds of lives on October 20th, 2016. I would like to invite up the pilot of JetBlue 865, who was actually on the ground as he was flown over. Captain David Dishman, please come up.
Good evening. I'm really honored to be here tonight, celebrating all of the work you guys have done. On October 20th, I was conducting requalification training with a first officer who'd been out serving our country for several years on military leave. It was his second night back in the Airbus. We were taxiing down Bravo. It was actually not a bad night at all. 1,500 foot overcast. You had that kind of peaceful feeling watching the airplanes break out of the clouds. We turned left and lined up holding short of runway 4 left. And so behind us, we didn't realize this other plane was coming in. We sat there for a minute waiting for our clearance to cross when what you heard, "Go around, go around, go around," came on the radio. Makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. We were out looking for a fireball, honestly, the urgency in the controller's voice. After a few minutes, we heard them tell aircraft to contact departure. They cleared us for departure. We took off, and we had a lot of theories about what happened that night. Since nothing bad happened that we could see, we could make some good jokes about it. But the next day, I woke up and there was a message from my chief pilot asking me to file a report for the incident we had had the night before. So I checked on that, and he said, the FAA said an aircraft went about 20 feet over your tail going around. Well, that got the hair in the back of my neck standing up again. So I want to give thanks on behalf of myself and my family, First Officer Dodd Wamberg and his family, and the 150 people and crew that were on my flight, and also the crew and the people on the other flight, on the Piedmont flight. You guys did an amazing job. Eric and Ross, thank you. I know that's what you come to work to do every day, keep an eye out for pilots doing silly things. We try not to do silly things, but sometimes it happens. We're all human. And I also want to say thank you to all y'all. That's a Southern. Say y'all. There you go. Because you guys, what we've been seeing tonight, there are probably 20,000 air traffic controllers that are not here tonight doing the same thing every day. And from my side of the mic, from my colleagues, I want to say thank you. So NATCA, from the top to the bottom, for the leaders of the FAA, for all y'all, thank you guys for keeping us safe. Stay up for the picture.
Michael, you still there? We need 20,000 air traffic controllers. I heard it. He's right. We got 15,000. We need more. As Gordon Ramsay would say, the holes in the cheese just didn't line up that night. And the only reason the holes didn't line up is because Ross and Eric blocked them from lining up. It is true. So please welcome one more time to the stage Ross Lashinsky and Eric Knight for the President's Award of 2016.
Really not prepared for this one. This is, I can't believe I'm up here. There's thousands of air traffic controllers in this country doing great jobs every day. So many of them could be up here for so many little things that never get noticed. And you best, safest NAS in the world. You guys are great. Thank you very much.
Well, that went out. Thank you. Mick told me to have a second speech, and I didn't believe him. This is a tribute to all of us. This is what we do every day, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know how Paul picked us over some of these other awards that we've been watching. They're amazing. So, again, I'm humbled and I'm honored. Thank you very much.
This will conclude the Archie Banquet Award and conclude CFS. I opened up CFS by saying our national airspace is a national treasure. And I will close CFS by saying our air traffic controllers are the national treasure. Everybody have a good night.